Hello, 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 hello. So today will be kind of continuing, but for this year we're starting Pumpkin Hunt indeed. To be doing that indeed. I will see. I'd like to say decent amount of progress will be made today. At least 500 will be checked, I would like to say. This is a pretty fast hunt though, from my past experiences. There is gonna be some Pokemon that I most likely will be encountering that are not gonna be Pumpkaboos, but it's mostly gonna be Pumpkaboos. It's these two aggressive ones that are quite fast in here. So those most likely will be getting encountered indeed. But we'll see how things are gonna be going indeed. Beating. I'm gonna check out one thing real quick. I should be having enough, but just in case, yeah, I have enough. Okay, good. But yeah, as per usual, I will be at around 4 because why not? It's the place that I've been doing it, and I'm also gonna be doing it in here most of the time at least. I don't like the wild area things. I know that it's not weather based. In some areas it is, but not in all areas. Plus it's kind of annoying. Also cool-ish layout, I suppose. And they spend quite a good amount of time on it indeed. You'll be having one harvest Pokemon in front. What do you mean? The first thing that I see is not going to be a Pumpkaboo. Good indeed. Oh, Gosh. Bunch of meowts. But indeed, I already will be having from the last 2 years of hunting this. I have the large and the small one. So I don't have the most common one or the most rare one. A rare one makes sense though, it's normally 1%. I don't know how much does this boost it, but I'm still assuming that it's gonna be the rarest. As I said, unfortunately it would be kind of hard to be trying to be finding calculators for Switch games. Like encounter calculators, you know. A little annoying, but what can one do? We'll see. We'll see indeed. Actually, the layout didn't take as long as I thought. It did still take like a couple of hours. But it's definitely not the worst time ever spent on a layout for me. Not indeed. I'm also gonna be keeping the same layout indeed. The only one that I might be getting rid of some of it is Alpha Gudra. But that I'm not completely sure, like, do I be keeping everything there or not. Well, that's gonna be seen. I need to be down for that indeed. Indeed, harvest Pokemon in front, okay, this Executor that is guaranteed to be having its hidden ability, which is quite nice, so I don't need to be doing any annoying raid things and hoping for the best, you know. Depends on how fast I get this, I might be doing another one, but based on past years, it's a no. But I never know. Maybe this year will be nice and quick. I have some like other hunts in mind that I might be doing throughout the month indeed, but we'll see if we get around to do that. Still want to be mostly focusing on this. But yeah, if I do something else, it is going to be... If I need to do the funnest call orders in his T-bar. We'll see. It's always an option there indeed. And I'm most likely in the location anyways. Oh, you're boosted. I'm gonna encounter you then. Still the usual thing that if it's boosted, I'm gonna be encountering it. Just in case. It's highly unlikely, but it doesn't really hurt. Yep. Hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Nothing too much indeed. I probably will be keeping going, by the way, with these, that I'll be catching them in luxury balls or something like that. I know that I caught the first one in one. I'm gonna double check. Did I catch the other one also in a premier ball? Or a premier luxury ball? Because there isn't unfortunately really a purple Pokeball that I'm, you know, willing to be using. And I will say Master Ball is in the greatest looking Pokeball ever. Let's see, we're in Luxury Ball, I know that much. Were you two? Yeah. Also, indeed, I did give the Executor a few EXP candies. Just a few. So, you know, I don't need to be holding into a smoke ball, hopefully. So I don't think that that's gonna be an issue. Could be wrong. At least, like, the main thing was that I want to be able to be outspeeding everything so I can be running away from things, you know? But yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see when we get there, indeed. We'll see. No, I don't have a Solosis in this game. Extra one. Thanks for the Lux. I don't even know if I have Solosis caught in this game. I might have at some point caught it. And again, you know, when you don't really do any dex things, then it doesn't really matter. If you don't care about filling it up, then it doesn't really matter that much indeed. I will say though, so far today there has been decent amount of these huge ones indeed. Or extra large, what they are ever called. Super sized. It's what they're called. Decent amount, decent amount indeed. Doesn't want to spawn in anything. Okay, cool. I didn't want there to be anything there. I forgot that it's the case in this place that they do be doing that indeed. They just don't want to be shown like at all. Hello, buddy. Not too surprised to be seeing a patio from the random ones, considering that I have Executor on the front. But yeah, indeed. There's few reasons why I'm liking this place. First of all, because it's just a nice place to be doing it. I like the backgrounds and everything in here. As I said, I don't need to be caring about the weather for the wild area, and the other thing is that I don't need to be as careful with the levels, because most Pokemons don't learn anything too annoying at these low levels. Of course, like, there is an option that they will be getting a egg move or something if they are boosted, but they're usually not that scary. Usually. But yeah, indeed, pumpkins are most likely gonna be on Mondays and on Thursdays. If nothing else happens, indeed. During October, indeed. And you know, on Tuesdays there's gonna be Alpha and Friday, Saturday most likely there's going to be Dynamax Adventures. For Lunala. Right now, something else if that decides to be shiny. And the next one is indeed Lele. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, indeed. Bunch of aggressive ones. I see. I will say, even though there is like this small Pumpkaboo, thankfully it is big enough so you can be like seeing it. So glad about that, indeed. Because there is quite a good amount of Pokemons that are just hiding in the... Just hiding in there, indeed. But yeah, considering my luck on this file recently, I'm not expecting to be finding Pumpkaboo too easily. My last hunt was pretty quick. Was indeed. We'll see. Never truly know how hunts can be, you know. Galarian Meowth, I wouldn't really mind to be getting, I will say that much, but the thing is though that once I do be deciding to be hunting for something like Milcery, then, you know, I most likely will be running into one. It's definitely a possibility indeed. There's a Pelipper in the PCG if you do be interested in that. I have to be going this far away. Jeez. Let's check out actually. Or in the of the Galore region. It's almost like a kind of limiting of a route. Nothing too crazy. And the hidden gun says meow at 35%. It's Purdue at 4% normally. Shoulder at 10. Herosid at 1. Again, normally Cutie at 5. Volo at 25. I'm also at 20. So it is quite likely, as I said, indeed, when I do be hunting for the Milcery in here, that I'll be able to be finding a Meowth. Yeah, I still don't know, like, it would be kind of tempting to be going for every single, like, Milcery for sure, or specifically our creamy, but I don't know. I could do that, for sure. Don't know if I will, but we'll see. We'll see. Could definitely be goals. Don't know how much of it I will be doing in full odds. Will I be doing some like charmed? The only problem with this place is, as it is with many places, that it's hard to be getting just random encounters. Because, you know, overworld spawns. They are quite common indeed. And it can be figured out, I suppose. And what if I run into the overworld spawns, you know? It unfortunately is most likely gonna be happening, especially if I will be doing like 2 different hunts, you know? One hunt and then this one. I know that you can lure like Pokemons away, but it doesn't really work that well, unfortunately. It doesn't work that well, unfortunately, indeed, but we'll see. Because the problem is that you would need to be getting encounters a little bit faster, and at least with my luck, I haven't been able to be doing it, indeed. So, maybe, we'll see. I definitely will be hunting at least one, though. A Milcery, indeed. We'll see when, indeed. check out one thing. Yeah, I was curious. It is kind of funny that most of the time, like there's only one occasion that it's not true, but every single time that you can be finding Heliolisk in the wild, it is always like not full odds. I guess it is anything but full odds because it's available in the ultra space. The wormholes indeed in, well, ultra games, surprisingly. Then there is, you know, Dynamax Adventures, boosted odds there. And then it's available in the max raid battles that are not full odds, they are a little bit different. They're not full odds, but they are indeed different indeed. Technically full odds, technically not. It's not like Charm does anything, but it's complicated. Would be interested to know what causes in them that though. Would be indeed. Or maybe we will one day. Maybe we will. I still do be wishing that there would be like another Pokemon that could be getting the thing that like different, like different sizes. Like altogether like the same-ish Pokemons that totals do be differing indeed, but like overall the same Pokemon. It's such a cool thing that I would be wanting to be seeing it again. It could be that if we would ever be getting a Pumpkaboo like regional variant, then that would be having it. It would be kind of cool to be getting a Pumpkaboo like a regional variant that, depending on what size it is evolving into different things. I highly doubt that, but it could be interesting. Could be for sure be interesting indeed. Oh, it disappeared. Interesting. I feel like there is a Pikachu there. I don't know why, I just have a feeling. Also, hello, Dino person, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Still will say though, in my opinion, Pikachu should have only been saying Pikachu as its, name in the Let's Go Pikachu game. It's a cool thing, but it kind of throws you off in any other game. Should have stopped there indeed. I wonder also how Pumpkaboo sizes are gonna be looking like in Legends ZA. Is there gonna even be different sizes? Because it could be that there is not going to be. It would be very strange though. Also, it is kind of interesting but sad to think about that a certain someone called Phantom is in like every game since it has been introduced. And then Pumpkaboo is not. I don't mind that Phantom is in every game, but why so mean to Pumpkaboo? I get it that for Scarlet and Violet it could have been kind of hard to be doing the different sizes, but I mean, I don't think so at the same time. It's just kind of sad. Because I like them both, and Pumpkaboo and Phantom are quite often like compared to each other, grass and ghost types introduced at the same time. Even though I will say that much that there has been ridiculous amount of grass and ghost types introduced ever since the type combination was released for the first time. It's kind of stupid, honestly. How much is there indeed? I get it's a cool type combination, but at the same time, like, why so much? PC Chiggy Spawn coming in soon. Possibility buying the VCG if you do be interested in that. You do be there indeed. Do I be having it? Well, then. No need to then try to be doing anything. How are we already at 80? 4 checks like half an hour in cheese. Well, I said that these are fast, but I didn't remember them to be this fast. Well, good surprise. It is also kind of interesting how they did decide to be giving like Pumpkaboos like supersized one, a different crime. It's not like it's like a huge difference, you know, but it is kind of interesting that it is there, you know. It do be indeed. Out of there then. I love when this game decides no spawns. Now that I actually think about it, I probably have thought about this before, but just kind of go back to my head, but it's the case that that most of the things in here can be boosted by like an ability. You can, you know, use Harvest, you can use Q Charm, you can be using Magnet Pull, Static or something like that. I don't remember what is the electric one. I think it's Static. Yeah, most of the things you can be doing that with. Huh. Interesting. Because there is Cutifly and Wooloo that you can be boosting. Because Milser you can with the Q Charm because 100% female. Eevee is another one. Is it actually just Cutifly, Wooloo, and Eevee that you can be boosting? Everything else you can. Because there is the Emperor, Electrike, Pikachu, and Choldic that you can be boosting with. You know, with the Static or whatever. There's Pumpkaboo, Ferocid, and Badoo that you can be boosting with Harvest. Then there is Magnet Pull for Meowth and Ferocid. And then as I said, there's Q Charm for Milcerates. I suppose like Q Charm is more complicated than anything else there, but it's still like kind of easily doable though. You wouldn't probably straight away like know about it, but I feel like once you know that it's a thing, it's not that hard to be doing and using, you know. I feel like that's the case indeed. Also, like in an hour or so, indeed, we should be heading into sunset time indeed. Everything worked correctly. But yeah, also what a fun thing about this C-stick that I need to be like replacing for my 3DS is that it was supposed to be like taking like 2 to 3 weeks. You know, not that bad, but you know, it is there. It is what it is indeed. But it is basically in here already. Not ready to be collecting or anything, but it's in here. Because the reason I talked about this already, but the reason was because, you know, the ship that it was supposed to be in, it's not doing so good, so was flown to here and everything. But a kind of interesting thing happened is that we need to be going ahead and picking it up from a store. And like the thing is as well that like you would understand it a bit like kind of heavy or like hard to be putting packages to anywhere, you know. But first of all, it's not heavy and it's pretty small. Because like it's 11 grams. You know, it's not like it's too heavy or anything like that. But yeah. I mean, it's not that bad. Like, the store is pretty easy to be getting into. Thankfully, it's not the store that you can't really be getting into right now because of all the road work that is being done nearby. As I said, it's annoying. There's only one way to be getting to the store right now because the other way is blocked. You can't really walk there, you would need to be going ahead and like... You would need to go ahead and make a few block detour because all the roads are blocked. Like you can be getting into the buildings, but you can't be like going through the place. So, you know, fun. I still don't get it why they need to be doing so much at the same time. It's kind of stupid. But yeah, indeed there is currently like a fake bridge there that you need to be going over because there's such a big like hole there. It's insane. And I will say that much, it is affecting the store quite a bit because I don't like, it's like a one that we always kind of drive by if we are getting anywhere. It's like no cars there. Because people can't be getting into it, so they feel like it's worth to be going somewhere else. I mean, we almost never use that store just because it's stupid expensive. and be going into another store and be cheaper with all the car costs and everything. Well, they are expensive for no reason. Can find same things from other stores, like not really half a price, but like basically half the price indeed. So it's kind of stupid. I sometimes will say I don't know how they are surviving. The only good thing I will say that they have is that they have the bigger stores. They have a cool section of like other countries' foods. They are stupid expensive though, so I almost never buy anything but like noodles. Well, there is few exotic things, but usually the exotic things, they are very expensive then. Like, if you want to be having like a special sodas, they are like €5 for like a small bottle. Which is again like stupid expensive. There's cool things in those stores for sure. It's just... especially the smaller ones, they're like stupid expensive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't really have like the smaller ones nearby, so it's harder to be using them anyways because the smaller ones are even worse. The bigger ones are better. But I will say though, I understand that they have like individual owners per store, but they're so hard to navigate through because like anything can be basically anywhere. Like if you want to be buying like just simple things, you are just like kind of like not knowing where to go. To be fair, we don't use those stores too often, but they just don't make sense to me. You can be going into the same, basically the same store, but you know, different owners, and it's completely different layouts. PCG spawn coming in. Yeah, fair enough. Do I have a home tower? I have. Yeah. My problem with Little is that they are not open when I want to be in stores. You know, since we do be doing most of our like shopping like at 9 p.m. or after, they're never open. And also, you can't be buying everything that we want in there, so we would technically need to be going to 2 different stores, and it's kind of a hassle. Yeah, it's nice. Glad that they are keeping it. It's interesting going to be seeing is the store, the big store nearby is gonna be 24/7 again for Christmas. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Yeah, our closest one is 10 to 15-minute drive away. Depends on do you want to be going the fast roads or not. It's still not that far, but it is still like you need to be at least be spending an hour to be getting there, even if you would be like to be getting small things. It is kind of weird though that due to the certain big sickness indeed that it happened a few years ago, like one like gas station did decide that they are not gonna be 24/7 open anymore. It's just like kind of odd. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? I don't understand. Oh, okay. I don't remember. I never go to restaurants, really. I didn't even know that was a thing. If I go to the restaurant, so it's usually I'll just pick up an order or something. I don't really go to restaurants too often, not our thing. I will say that I'm so glad that there is open hours for anything and everything, basically. I couldn't live in the world where we couldn't be going to the stores on Sundays after 6 p.m. because everything was just closed. Yeah, I remember that. Of course, it didn't really affect me by any means, but it was kind of stupid as well. Wasn't really that necessary if you ask me. But what do I know? Not the one that decides that, but I feel like it was kind of unnecessary. Hello, Evie. You're a 1% in this game. It's a female one as well, I'm gonna encounter it. Yeah, Evie is a 1% in Sword. Well, oh, how things have changed indeed. Anyways, an hour has passed soonish, so we'll be getting into a break indeed soon. Yeah. I mean, I will say that yeah, it didn't really affect me that much. The big sickness indeed. The very good thing about it, in my opinion, was that I didn't need to be going for school for a year. Like, actually be there. And then I got switched into, you know, studying from home anyways. Because I was the kind of person that I really liked it, because I going to school for something was like so unnecessary. Because half of the time it was like maybe an hour or two of a 6-day school day. Then we need to be like, there was a lecture and then you could be doing stuff at home. So, what was the reason to be going there? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. And yeah, because I didn't want to be moving closer to the school because I felt like it was kind of unnecessary. Then, you know, that helped out as well. So yeah. Because I will say that for me, I don't think that my studying would have been any better if I would have been at school. I don't know what the school would be adding to it. You know, terrible computers, only one screen. How can anyone be living with that? And most of the time you would have been needing to be using your laptop anyways. That was stupid. I can understand that it was a bigger issue for people that they weren't as like high in education, that they need to be studying from home. I can understand that. But for me, you know, not really necessary to be there. So I'll leave it in here. Continue after the break is done indeed. That's soon. Be getting going soon. Also, PCG spawn coming in. It's an EK in the PCG. Oh, the first one that I don't have. Cool. Could I be buying Ultra Balls actually? Not quite, I can soon be buying 10 of them, so I'll be saving to that then. Let's run away then and continue. But one complaint that I have never really understood from either like studying or working from home is that people are complaining that it's hard to make a difference between work and, you know, just being. Because it wasn't that hard to me. Like, I can kind of understand the problem there, but at the same time, like, it's not that hard. Because, I don't know, it just comes natural to me, I suppose, that I can be making a difference than what is work and what is not. Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, if you're studying something that you're interested in, then you're most likely not gonna be hating studying it. I say most likely because there has definitely been situations where I've been frustrated at school. Why are we learning this thing in this specific way? When it first of all is so outdated, so it doesn't make any sense to be learning it because no one is ever using it anymore. And the second thing is that it's just a stupid way to do it. But you know, you have to do sometimes what you have to do. Yeah, that is true. Thankfully, we didn't have too many. I mean, I was in, you know, wasn't in university or anything like that. Vocational school and University of Applied Sciences and everything, but yeah, I can understand that. They are useless most of the time. Because I will say that much, that what do I need as a programmer a professional Swedish for? Nothing, but it's just required. Because I will say that much, that most of the companies that would be in Sweden, they would be liking to be speaking English because we both understand it better. To be fair, I don't remember what teacher it was, but one of my teachers once said to me that it doesn't matter how much you know Swedish, as long as you can be saying that you don't know how to be helping and you'll be getting someone else. I remember what teacher that was. And another thing that I just absolutely hated in school is that there was so many cases, basically the same course in different places, that you needed to be learning how to build a company. And like after the second one, it got kind of boring. Like, sure, I understand that they encourage you to be starting your own company and everything, but why? Because I feel like that's one of those things that it's better to be, like, learning yourself instead of being taught in school. Because I will say that much, even though I might be right now be interested in it. I wasn't interested in it when I needed to be studying, so I don't remember that at all. It's just annoying. Like, I would be fine if it would be like once taught to you, but in every single school it needed to be taught, and it got annoying. And basically every single time it was the same thing. It didn't even like change. And like, it's good for you to be teaching me like how to be making a company now. If I make it like in 5 years, it might be completely different, you know? Things change. Yeah, I wish it would have been optional. It's useless for at least half of the students to be learning how to build a company. And also it didn't help because it was basically just make documents and stuff, and I hate doing documents in school. Because you need to be doing them always in a specific way, because that's required in the business world. Well, yeah, maybe, but they can't be different still. It's like everyone need to be using the same template, basically write this down, the same exact things. Wow, cool. Always wanted that indeed. I guess that's the thing that I will always be hating, making documents. I understand that they are sometimes required when you're making things, but at the same time, if you are like working in big enough company, like when it comes down to programming and stuff, I as the coder, I don't know, programmer, whatever my thing, I don't need to be doing that much detailed like documentation. There's usually another person that does that. I mean, sure, you know, I'll be providing my information that I have, but I just don't know how often I'll be using them. Because it was like for so many projects, we need to be doing a documentation about like thoughts and like what it is about. We need to be doing a documentation about designs and stuff like that. We need to be giving a brief like thing about how it works and stuff. And like not all of them are for the programmer. Like, if I'm just a programmer, I'm not gonna be designing it, mostly. Like, surely I might be needing to make a mock-up of something, but I'm not gonna be the one that fully decides it. It's usually a designer that does that. I mean, I can be both for sure. But like, it's not always the case. And it was just basically do the same documentation for every single project. And it was like, I don't want to do this. And I most definitely didn't do them always, like at the end or anything like that. I was so glad, by the way, when those were gone, because like I don't mind doing like few documents about it, but at the same time, like if I need to be doing so many, like it's stupid. But hey, it happens. But she's it annoying, by the way, you know, looking for a job and everything, and then someone is always telling you that programming is easy job to be finding, like that you can be doing from home. No, it's not. It wouldn't be that simple, dude. How about you try it yourself? There is decent amount of them, not gonna lie. Like, it's not that hard, but it's also not that easy that they are saying that it is. It's not that easy, like, you're not gonna be finding 10 listings every day, you know? What they are saying that it is, basically. And the problem then is that, yeah, you need to be like a senior of this, you need to be, you know, experienced at least 5 years. It's always a problem. You need to be having experience in order to be getting a job, but you can't be getting a job because you can't be getting experience. Like... How can I do that? Yeah, programming is one of those things that people are always saying that there is, like, need for more people, but it's rarely actually the case. Unfortunately. Which is why I most likely will not be working for a Finnish company, which I honestly don't care about. Do I work for a Finnish company or not? Can use English quite well. So PCG spawn coming in. Exactly. Geodude in the PCG. One of the person that I need to be talking every few months for and is saying that programming jobs are easy to be finding and stuff. She has never provided me a single job. Like, she has never found a job that I could be going ahead and getting. So, how about you do your work? Apparently we have wasps issues again. And we have had our windows and doors closed for like a couple of days. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, it's not like she doesn't have like, I don't know how many she has, but she probably has like 50 others though, so fair enough, but it's your job. Also, the recent tax raise definitely didn't help out, you know, people be unemployed. So many small businesses did go away indeed. I guess they can't be keeping their business up anymore. Too expensive. People are not willing to be buying things for a ridiculous price. It is. I think there was like 3 like very close by to me that did need to be shutting down because they can't be just keeping the company up anymore. Yeah, I honestly don't know how so many things are ridiculously expensive in here. It is interesting to see when the dudes do be, or the group of people that do be deciding about things to be falling. Because my prediction is that they are not gonna be there for the entire time. Because at some point people are gonna be demanding that they are gonna be changing. That's a male one. I didn't mean to be running into the Emperor though. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe one day things get better. Good thing is though that if I will be doing streaming for a living, it doesn't really matter where I live. As long as decent internet. So I can be technically living in the middle of nowhere as long as there's good internet there. But I will still say though, one thing that I still feel bad, one group of people that I always feel bad doing here, that if they want to be living their lifestyle that they want, is vegans. Like no options anywhere, and if it is, it's stupid expensive. Yeah. It is annoying if you want to be having a career or something and it's like one that you can be working at home at all, even if you would like to. Some are more understandable than others, not gonna lie, but thankfully most things nowadays can be done online. If it's not like super like sensitive stuff that you're doing. And sometimes even then, but usually those require that you need to be there. Security reasons and everything. Even though it's kind of silly, because I will say that most places, even though technically it is a personal information, but at the same time it is public information. So yeah. It's interesting. Because, you know, technically your home address is your personal information, but at the same time it is public information. Like, yeah. Interesting things indeed. Yeah. And you can like find like the info like on places anyways. I mean, you can, in some situations you can be asking that it's not gonna be shared, but it's not like it's gonna be helping too much. Like for example, if you want to, if you live in like your own house somewhere, you can be requesting that they're gonna be blurring it on Google Maps, but actually what does it help? Nothing. Which I feel like it's so stupid, but I understand that it's a thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of places indeed. It is kind of weird because you can be finding most things there, but then like even though you're not saying that censor things there, then like randomly things are censored there. But speaking of phone numbers and stuff, do you know, in my opinion, what is one of the most stupidest things ever? I don't know how much of a thing it is now, but I remember like when I was a kid it was a thing. It's that you can be like paying your like phone provider, internet provider, do that you can be getting marketed calls. But it's so unnecessary and stupid. Because, first of all, I just don't, you know, answer anyone that, you know, I don't know who it is. And if it is, like, someone that is marketing something for me, I'm just gonna be hanging up. Yeah, it was a thing because I did have it for quite some time. Because, you know, being a kid. And it was quite recommended if it was for a kid, the phone number was for a kid, that you would be locking it so it can't be getting any like calls like that. It would be costing a little extra. But like, why would you be paying so you can't be getting like someone be marketing to you a newspaper? Because, you know, I would just say like, I don't care. If they keep calling me, I'm just gonna be blocking them. It doesn't really help because they have a bunch of different numbers, but... Hello, Dark Rio, I'll be hydrating and stretching soon, and thanks for the lux. Yeah, it will be October, so I'll be doing my usual... at least one pumpkaboo hunt. ECG spawn coming in. What are things are stupid sometimes. We're sure not in the PCG. Already have it. Unfortunate that it doesn't understand misspellings. Buy 10 Ultra Balls, let's go. Yeah, I will say though that I have almost never been getting any like phone calls from people that want to be selling like newspapers and stuff to me. Nice, Dark Rio, you got the Sharna. There was once a dude that was specifically trying to be calling me on WhatsApp. That the dude was like calling for me like in 5 minutes 3 times. I just blocked it. And because it was definitely someone that I knew, because they definitely didn't have like a somewhat of an Indian like picture in the profile picture. And they were like, okay, cool. I will say though, since I don't block like almost ever anything on WhatsApp, I was kind of confused where the block button was. Yeah. I don't even remember, did we ever set up like a day that we were supposed to be meeting with all class mates and stuff? I don't think that we ever did. And I will say that much, that I wouldn't be attending to it because it's a waste of time. And honestly, I don't really understand it as well, because at least from my experience, you don't really stay as friends with them. Yeah. And also, like, one of the problems is as well that people change so much. If you don't see them in years, it's kind of hard to be, you know, reconnecting. One other reason that I don't really want to be having anything like that is that I don't want people to be like, remember when this thing happened in school? It was like, it would be like, just why? Because I will say that much, that I don't have too many good memories from school. But yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if in here people are still doing those, that they are like deciding that they want to be getting like a class ring and then be meeting like in 15 years. Probably. But I kind of feel like it's one of those things that it's not really actually a big thing in here, it's just added here because of like other countries. Because I don't know, it's just kind of for a Finnish like point of view, it kind of seems strange. Because we don't really like to be talking to kind of random people after years. I mean, there is different, of course, but at least most people that I know that don't really care, but things change. Different people are different indeed, but maybe I would be more fine with like, you know, seeing the classmates after like years, is that if the number of people in them would be smaller. Because mostly it's like 30 people from like most of mine, so I'm not interested in seeing 30 people. I'm really not. Yeah, that's true for you that you moved so much. And I will still say, even if I would be invited, I most likely wouldn't be going. Because I just don't really care. Because the problem was that I was never too close with my own classmates. They were usually like other people from the school. That's an Eevee already. I think it's a male one. I'm not gonna be encountering it. But yeah, it is what it is. Well, from what I have heard, they have like someone might be going into even bigger class sizes because there is just so many people in certain age groups. And then in some age groups there is so little that they are like thinking, should they be getting rid of some of the teachers because there's not enough students. Well, like, I feel like 20 would have been a lot better, especially like in like before you go ahead and actually decide where you want to be going to school. Because I feel like that's like enough that it's easy for the teacher be keeping like everything under control and stuff. Because for example, like in my school, our like class size was literally like 50. But the thing is that all of us are adults, it doesn't really matter. Like, we kind of know how to be behaving. But yeah, it is interesting. But I will still say, why does no one, like, over the age of 40 don't know how to be using Google? Because I got frustrated at times when I was asked a very simple Google thing. Like, I understand that the internet wasn't as big of a thing, like, when you were young. But, like, you are becoming a programmer. You should be knowing how to use the internet. Because in programming, if you can use something as a reference, and if you need help, there most likely is help in the internet. Maybe not directly what you need, but you know how to be then making it to be working. But jeez, like, what's the issue? Never stop complaining about it. Because I will say, I always will be googling things rather than be asking people. Also PCG spawn coming in. We're beating the PCG. But I will say though that there is quite a good amount of, like, even though I'm with technology and stuff like that a bunch, that I don't use. I don't use most of social media. Because I don't feel like I need to be seeing the same thing in 3 different platforms, you know? Same exact things in 3 different platforms. Rude overbuilding escape like that. But yeah, to be fair, it's not like social media has ever been my thing. It really hasn't been. I've used a decent amount, but not too interested in it anymore, indeed. Could be partially because I don't really care to be like posting the same thing in all the places as well. It's a female Eevee, excuse me. Way too many of them. Eevee always reminds me, well not always, but most of the time it reminds me that for whatever reason, starter Pokemon is nowadays called first partner Pokemon. Like, why? What was wrong with starter Pokemon? And it's not like they don't mean the same thing or anything like that. But yeah, it is kind of stupid. Well, they changed things. It's not like it's too new. I will still be waiting to be seeing. Yeah, it is a strange. It is indeed a very strange wording, but I mean, it is technically the same thing. So I don't really understand why they didn't need to be changing it, but Because I remember when I was playing through Violet the first time around and the dude did ask me what was my first partner Pokemon or something like that. I was like, what do you mean? But then I did see the options and I knew which one it was from there. But I was like, huh? What is this word that you're using? Interesting to also be seeing what they're gonna be picking for Legends EA starters. Bunch of people are saying that Superior and Empoleon are gonna be there because France, whatever my thing. But they would be too obvious. They wouldn't be able to be getting cool new forms. It's still my thing. Why I say that they are not gonna be it, because they can't be really be getting like anything that you know, adds up to them. They're already like design wise and name wise are like there. Still will say Chikorita to be making a Grass Fairy. Regional evolution. Wonder when they are gonna be releasing new info though about that game. It's just next year. As I said, please give us at least quarter that it's coming in. It would be narrowing it down quite a bit. Also, I really hope that they are not gonna be releasing the next generation or remake, whatever my thing is gonna be next after Legends EA too soon, after it has been released. Like, as much as I did like the thing that EDSP, Legends Arceus, and Scarlet and Violet was released, like, literally in the same year. Like, in the next, like, day-wise in year. It's ridiculous. And stupid. It's not like none of them were like overall that bad of games, but at the same time, like, why? To be fair, they were made, of course, by different people. It's not like the same people did work on all games, but I always want to be having enough time between new games, so I can be playing them slowly. I now know that I can be playing them slowly anyways, but at the same time, when a new thing comes out, I might be wanting to be playing it then. Gonna do like another encounter or two and then I'll be waiting until the ads are done indeed. Leaving it there for now. Be getting going soonish indeed. ECG spawn coming in soon. So why not in the PCG? Or whatever, why not? Interesting. One of the Pokemons that is kind of impossible to be finding in the wild. I got confused because someone posted that it's Wednesday for them, and I was like, there is no way that it's Wednesday somewhere in the world anymore, you know? So it most likely is the case that, you know, the stream started on Wednesday. Because, like, no, it's not possible that anywhere in the world that it would be Wednesday. Yo, congrats to Dino person, you got the why not? Because like in some places it can be Friday already. Not in too many places, but in some places it can be Friday already, but like Wednesday is impossible. Because basically when I start streaming, it's impossible for anywhere to be the previous day. Depends on, of course, when exactly do I start, but it's easy to be, you know, comparing when you live in somewhat close to the, in quotes, 0 time. Using UTC. Easy to be comparing. Which reminds me, soon winter time kicks in. Or daylight saving times, as some places call it. I call it winter time because it's literally what we call it. Because it's not saving any daylight, I will say that much, at least in here. It's not like the changing the time backwards / forwards is doing anything for the amount of sun that it's there. It's still, if it is gonna be just 4 hours, it's just gonna be 4 hours. And like, it's not like the time switching does anything to it, it will still be like during the daytime. I talked about it like before, that I find it so stupid why so many people are complaining that we need to be getting rid of like the changing of the clocks to like 1 hour forwards / backwards depending on what time of year it is. It's so unnecessary still. It's unnecessary that it's there, but it's not like it matters to my life in any shape or form. It has been there my entire life and most likely will be for the rest of my life. And still will say that thankfully almost anything in this household will be moving automatically. At least the ones that matter most do be switching. We don't have that many clocks on the wall, so they don't need to be switched that off like much, but yeah. Those are the most annoying ones. You need to be getting them off the wall and then switch to time, but apart from that, it's not that bad. My favorite one that needs to be switched like manually that I like to be doing is microwave because it's so easy. It's so easy. And I find it always so funny the people that don't do work like during the night time or in the or at the night that, you know, we do be changing time backwards or forwards. They are like always like, it's gonna be so confusing for the workplace. No, it isn't. Again, like we have had this thing for so many years, it's not like the companies wouldn't be having a workaround. I mean, I haven't ever been working like during the time that they do be switching, you know, at night time, but the thing is that it's happening at Sunday night or Saturday, Sunday night, so less people are gonna be affected by it, because then it doesn't matter that for that many people that your alarm doesn't go off correctly. Because why would it? Even though nowadays I will say that though that we have a lot more freedom of working when we want. I don't need to be doing 9 to 5 or 8 to 16 in here, but it's nice. A lot more options. Because I will still say that I don't personally like that everything will be happening at the same time every day. I like it to be changing. I didn't like it in school, and I still don't like it. I do be streaming usually quite similar times, but I can also be switching them up by like an hour or two if I need to, which is nice. To be liking, to be having the freedom to be doing things whenever I feel like it, you know? That's why it's nice to be having like work that is done from home, because mostly then there is just like, do this in 2 weeks. They don't care do you do it like 2 hours before the deadline or do you do it like 2 weeks before the deadline. Basically like the same day that you get it, as long as you do it by the deadline. Because I will still say my best inspirations kick in the middle of the night. I don't know why it is, but it is that way. I don't know if I can be doing the work then I will. Also, we might be doing some decorating to this room on Sunday. Don't know exactly if we will be doing it then, but at least we're preparing it for it. Because we're throwing like the bed that is in here somewhere else. Yeah, like a smaller bed in here, so we have more room in here. Which is nice. Which may or may not be meaning that I need to be getting my computer table down completely. Because there isn't enough room to be getting the bed out. Unfortunately. So if the room shape is awkward. Worst case scenario, we need to be kind of taking everything out of here. Mainly the computer tables, everything else, like the shelves can be staying in, it's not like they are gonna be too much of an issue. But we'll see, we'll see. It's not like stream-wise things are gonna be changing that much. At least hopefully. As I said, the only like problematic thing can be an echo, but it shouldn't be there. We have still quite a big rug, so that should be taking care of that. At least in most parts. Which is kind of interesting because, like, as a kid, I always found it so strange why my dad wanted the first thing that he wanted in like when we did move in to be like in place was rugs. I always found it strange. To be fair, he didn't ever explain it, so I can understand why I was confused. But nowadays I understand it because they are getting rid of most of the echo. It's kind of a shame though that we like used to like have in here, like in Finland. We used to have like kind of a big thing that we have basically rocks in the walls or like something else that was made out of like wool or something like cotton, I don't know whatever they were made out of. Because they were like eating the sound up. It's just they are like impossible to be finding nowadays. And if they are found, they are like designer. Which means that you're paying like a fortune for one. You could do them yourself, I suppose, but I don't know, do I have the patience to be doing it by hand? Sharpedo in the PCG, it is a weekly weight Pokemon if you need it. Probably don't have it. To be catching 4 hefty Pokemons indeed. I've already done that myself, but can be kind of annoying to try to be doing if you don't find them. No way. Not a female one, excuse me. Is that supposed to be rare? Female EVs are not that common. What do you mean, another one? 1% and then like I don't know, 12.5% chance to be female on top of that. Also rude the Sharpedo escape like that. But yeah, I remember that I have done like, not like a full rug, but I have done like a piece of a rug. Specifically the kind that you have like scrap pieces of like shirts and stuff. It was quite fun. It's a very big machine and quite scary. It was quite fun. Like I remember the kind of the place that we were in and when we did do it, but I can't remember at all where it was, like where the location was. And I'm like still kind of baffled to this day. I will say that much, I don't remember exactly who I was with there, apart from my mom. Probably was like old neighbors. Both at age and like, and as well that they are not neighbors anymore. I hardly really be asking anymore where it was. I do remember that we did have those in schools, but I didn't do it at school though. Also nice that there's 3 Electrics that want to be knocking me down. And that one is boosted. Well, I'm gonna be encountering it then. What do you? I don't. Yeah, I think we have like an old, like. I think we have old sewing machine. I like almost never use it. And we have also like an old iron, but we also never like use it. You know, for regular clothes I feel like it's completely unnecessary, and fancy clothes they are very hardly gonna be in a situation that you are gonna be wearing them. And also the thing is that you can't even be ironing quite a good amount of like fancy clothes anyways, because they are made out of material that will be burning or melting. But for me, it was unfortunately the case that I got enough of making clothes and those kinds of crafts at school. I'm not too interested in doing them anymore. They were so boring and annoying at school. It is indeed still kind of an issue for me that so many things that I could see myself enjoy nowadays, school has ruined them. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? I mean, it's a good thing, I suppose, that we get to experience so many things at schools, but at the same time we're experiencing so many things that it's a little too much for a kid. I was wondering where you can be finding Pichu in this game. Well, surely it's available, right? Because Pikachu is. Pichu is literally only SA in the base game. In max raid battles, so basically eggs. It said Forest of Focus is a wanderer. Which I'm assuming that it is. You know, a weather-based one, but yeah. So I was like thinking, like, where can you actually be finding Pichu? But technically you can't really find it in the wild. There's only one wanderer. But in one place is a wanderer, I suppose. Anything else is just eggs or in raids. And I'm still quite sure that baby Pokemon raids you can be finding after you have become champion. Because I doubt that they are gonna be like 4 or 5-star ones. Or 3-star. I kind of doubt that indeed. Which is still a shame that, you know, after you have become champion or progressed enough in a story, you can be finding like rare things like that. It's strange. Also nighttime soon. Since of course I've changed the time to be more during the nighttime because Halloween hunt. It is as much as I'm willing to be doing it though. Because I still want to be getting the shiny at the correct day, if it is possible by any means. And it is, so I'm moving the clock by 3 hours. It's a boosted Eevee. I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something indeed. Remember, progress to be progress indeed. No matter how much it is. So do the amount that you can and then do other things indeed. Thankfully, still most of the things you can be doing other times indeed. Well, kind of like if that Pikachu would be moving because it's in my way. In every shape and form. you go. Only moving a little bit away there so I can be moving indeed easily. Move away from there then indeed. PCG spawn coming in soon. There's a dust skull in the PCG. You do be interested in that indeed. Dehydrating soon. Yo, nice. Dino person got the dust skull. Let's go. Been quite nice and lucky with the captures today, I see, with PCG. I haven't been able to catch too many things. It's not like I haven't tried too many things anyway, so it isn't that big of a deal indeed. Hello, Jay. It's going quite well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing yourself? That's good to hear. I noticed that you're doing interesting runs indeed. What game specifically are you doing? And what in? Oh, I have heard of Sea Glass Emerald before. Seems like an interesting game. I will say though that I have never been too big of a fan of the fan games when it comes down to Pokemon. That they have like the name of what they are a fan game of. I have always kind of found it boring. Like, you know, why not to be getting like a completely different like name and stuff. Yeah. There isn't really anything wrong with it, of course, it's just kind of is like... Why can't you be getting up a completely new game? I mean, sometimes the game, like, names make sense, to be fair, even though they are having the original game in the name. But sometimes it just feels like the, like, Emerald in this case is just in there to be knowing that it's a fan game of Emerald, you know? I know that, like, one fan game that has been getting a lot of attention lately is Harmonic Y or whatever my thing it is, like X and Y, but there is like there's new type there, or like different kind of Pokemon that has been popping up lately quite a bit. I don't play like almost at all of those things. They're not really my thing. But they're interesting. They do be interesting indeed. Always is interesting to be seeing is the like fan games and stuff. Are they ever gonna be stop being a thing? The like series of games. It's usually for a series. It's very rarely do like one singular game. I feel like no, but at the same time, after a certain point, maybe like if there has been a bunch of them, maybe it's gonna be quieting down and there's not gonna be as many. And I like when like whoever made the original idea of the games, that when they are like fine, you know, fans be making remakes, or not remakes, but you know, fan games. Maybe remakes in a sense that it is gonna be like, if it's an old game, it's gonna be put to like, you know, HD, so, you know, it looks better, and it's not like in a horrible ratio. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I have most of the time I've been quite interested in fan games when it comes down to pretty much anything. I rarely be playing them, but I find that it's kind of cool after like years. The series have like not been updated by the, you know, original creators, but you know, fans can still be getting fun things out of it. As I said, especially when like the whoever created it is fine with it. I remember like a long time ago, it was a big issue that people were asking money for like a fan game. And like, you know, that is an issue indeed, because it's not like you own the rights to things. You might choose some, but you're not. Or most of the time, you're not like having the rights for like everything. Like you don't own everything. But I feel like people don't really do that anymore. Which is a good thing indeed. As I have heard a few situations where if a fan game has been sold for like, even if it would be just for a little bit of money, but if it has been sold for money, then, you know, whoever got money from it is gonna be getting into trouble indeed. As I said, thankfully I don't hear anything like that anymore. It was more of a thing when fan games were a bigger thing. They still are, but I feel like nowadays people are putting more effort into the fan games, and they are not like coming in like with a new one every day. Because like Five Nights at Freddy's series is one of the best ones to be taken as an example. There is a ridiculous amount of fan-made content for it. Like back in the day. And most of them were just insert a popular thing. And that's it. PCG spawn coming in. There's an Axie in the PCG. If you do be interested in an Axie, indeed. Oh, them timer balls if you have any. Oh, one got the XU indeed. Unfortunate. But yeah. I will still say that if I would personally be making like, just myself a game and someone would be liking it enough to be making a fan game, it would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool indeed, but maybe one day, maybe one day. Not like I have done any games that aren't just school projects. I still feel like if I would be making a game, it would be kind of simple, all things considered. As I personally like kind of simple games. I don't like games that have like 20 different mechanics. And then you would need to be remembering how to be using every single one of them. Pokemon unfortunately has escaped already. No. Do we always be loving myself a little bit of a puzzle element in games as well? Yeah, kind of cool. To be fair, my problem is that I have a bunch of kind of games that I like, but they are rarely every single one of them in the like one game. As I like kind of like exploration kind of games, and then I like puzzle games, and those two are quite rarely in the same one. There is, but it's usually... If it's an exploration game, it's usually quite concentrated on the exploration part. If it's a puzzle game, it is quite often like a small place that you have to work with. But yeah, it is what it is. Still will say thankfully there is so many games, so most likely there is always gonna be at least one that you like. Which is so nice indeed. There's certainly a lot of certain type of games. Depends on like what console you're looking for though. Like there is, for example, so many like make choices mobile games. It's a ridiculous amount of them indeed. And they are all almost the exact same every single time. There is like some that are more interesting than others, but mostly they are just like... There is an obvious wrong answer and obvious right answer. Like, surely it is kind of a mindless game because of that to be playing whenever you don't need to be having too much brain power. But it's at the same time like... Oh, cool, they're kind of these games that I have been seeing in the last 5 minutes. But then again, it's not like it hasn't been an issue always that we have games that are basically the same as something else. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is indeed. This is how things are rolling indeed. But yeah, anyways, yet another hour has passed so soonish. We'll be having indeed yet another break. Stopping hunting as usual for the time being, so in the case that there is gonna be a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it indeed. Going to be taking, even though it's not that long, but it's going to be taking breaks nonetheless every once in a while. It do be. Do not be over pushing yourself indeed. I'll leave it there for now. Continue after the break is done. Indeed. ECG spawn coming in. Is a Tyrogue in the PCG? You do be interested in Tyrogue. then indeed. I don't know. It's kind of a cool game. A lot of things to do there. The problem for me with Minecraft is that it can be getting boring after a while. As it is with everything, but yeah. Yeah. That Skyblock world probably doesn't even exist anymore, if I would like to say. It is sometimes, like, even though I do be playing Minecraft quite often nowadays, still, or like once again I suppose, is like how much there is still that I don't know how it works. Like so many things added in. And it's super annoying that so many times you would need to be trying to be making a new world to be getting the new things in. I mean, you don't have to per se, but sometimes if you're explored a lot, you kind of need to. You can technically be, you know, just like resetting chunks, but it can be troublesome. Yeah. If you haven't played it in years, I don't know. Have you switched your Mojang account into a Microsoft account? Because that needed to be done. And be playing with Mojang account anymore, it needs to be like merged. Oh, you have, nice. It is a little annoying for sure. Every single time that I play that game, it's just like, are you sure you want to be using this account? And then I'm like, yes, I want to be using this account. Like, there's so many things that have been in the game for years, and I have still personally not be getting too used to them. But it is what it is. Things change. Some things are not for you and stuff like that. But then again, Minecraft has kind of got into me for a thing that it gets too many updates. Like, if you don't play it for a year, it's like you have missed 20 years of the game. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I understand that they want to be doing bunch of like updates, but I don't know, dude. Like, it is kind of a question, like, at some point, like, if they, like, keep adding new things at this rate. Like, what is going to be even a difference between vanilla Minecraft and modern Minecraft? Still gonna be going for the mean Ultra Beast store. How are you doing, cat? Hope you're having a good day. Fair enough. Well, hopefully soon then. There has been honestly like recently quite a good amount of long DA hunts that I have heard that people have been completing. And most of them have charm. Like quite a good amount of them have been going 300. That's good to hear. I'm doing quite fine as well. Thanks for asking. Yeah. Last one of mine was Solgaleo from DAs, and I don't usually be getting shiny legendaries anywhere else. And that was... Can it be over? It's over a month, isn't it? It has been over a month. I mean, I do it usually only on weekends, but still. It's still insane that I did do an entire week on DAs and not a single shiny. Because I definitely hit the odds. Because I did do 102 successful Lunalas. And as I said, 20 to 30 that I did lose, so I definitely have hit the 1 in 300 chance. Bamboo, Rocket Lady being mean. But it still honestly doesn't make sense. How is Celesteela and Cosmoem the same weight? I can understand that, you know, Cosmoem is supposed to be space and space can be dense, but how? Pokemon be Pokemon sometimes. I mean, to be fair, quite a good amount of animals in real life can be looking like they should be very chunky and then they are quite light. It's mostly because there's a lot of fur. But yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. I can understand both, but at the same time it doesn't really make too much sense. Celesteela I can understand, and you know, it will be a rocket lady. That is kind of made of bamboo as well, but... still. But it is always interesting to be seeing that everyone is always complaining that Ash can be holding into Cosmoem in the anime. Which is kind of true, but I feel like Ash did at some point have a hippopotamus on top of his head. I feel like that would be worse. Because at least Cosmoem you could be saying that it's floating. A little bit, you know? But why logic in anime? It's supposed to be fun, not be making sense. I think the Solgaleo was like 30th of August, but I could double check. Yeah, it was 30th of August. But as I said, I'm expecting that Lunala is gonna be taking ages because two very quick ones. Like, time spent wise. And encounter wise. ECG spawn coming in. Ooh, boost the pump kapoo. Nice. There's a horsey in the PCG. If you do be interested in that. Another boosted one? Nice. Yeah. Are you gonna be getting Legend CA? Are you gonna be the kind of people that do be hunting Pokemons to that game before the game is released? Also nice, I got a horsey. Yeah, fair enough. I think you have PDSB too, you didn't list it, but... yeah. I have every main series Pokemon game on Switch as well. Yeah, I thought so. Because I think you were hunting at Shaman at some point. Yeah, I understand. They're not bad games, to be fair. They're really nice games and one of the only ways to be hunting certain Pokemons right now, legitimately. If you don't have, like, the events for older games. And or if you don't want to be every once in a while be paying a fortune in Pokemon Go. I mean, to be fair, you don't really need to be having both of them most of the time. But yeah, I have, like... I don't understand, like, why... I've talked about this a bunch, that I don't understand why so many people want to be hunting down every single Mega Pokemon before Legend ZA comes out. Because for how I see it, why would I hunt them now? And kind of ruin the fun of hunting them in that game, you know? Like, some things I can understand, like legendaries, because they are most likely gonna be shiny logged. Yeah, fair enough. I don't mind PDSP still. I find that it's a nice way of playing an old game without paying a fortune at the same time. And also, it's a lot easier to be getting a Switch and PDSP than it is to be getting DS of Sword. And then the games. Like, considering the fact that it's kind of impossible in some places to be getting a DS of Sword. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of the day. And good luck with the bamboo rocket lady. Hope you get it soon. What do you... Indeed. You're probably gonna be hitting 600 before, like, this hour is done, indeed. I like it, but it's at the same time it is kind of insane. Technically, like, because of the rate of at least today's rate of like 150 per hour, it should be meeting 900 checks in 6 hours. It's a little bit more, to be fair, but I'll see. It could be technically 1,000 a day thing, indeed. Could be. But yeah, there's few things indeed that I'm thinking of. Hunting indeed. Like if I do be getting Pumpkaboo soon, as I said, even though I might be adding it anyways, is Sinistea. I was thinking maybe I add Sinistea, like, not next week, but a week after that. If I don't feel like doing it sooner. We'll see, we'll see. Rude. But yeah, 1,000 a day is pretty good, but at the same time I don't think that I want to be doing that much. I know it doesn't really make a difference how fast I'll be hitting the odds. Do I do 900 or do I do 1,000 checks? Or even 800, it doesn't like make any kind of a difference. Guess I'll be needing to be doing this in one of the streams anyways. Because the thing is, I never will be knowing how much does it slow down to be doing something else. It usually doesn't slow like hunting that much, but it can be slowing it down. Because, you know, I like to be at least, you know, running away from Pokemons at the same time. Like to be doing that indeed. Hello, Meowth. Because yeah, I'm still like trying to be figuring out is there any hunts that I would like to be doing on. And yes, not really, because I'm a 3DS, so it doesn't really matter. So I was thinking of, because Burn Tower. I'm gonna check out encounter table for Burn Tower real quickly. No, it's not like I'm not gonna be doing hunts, you know, but anyways. Burn Tower. What is the encounter table there? Richard eradicates bad coughing on the first one. In the basement there is Magmar. Also, is a rock and roll in PCG if you do be interested in that. I don't know, there's only like coughing that I'm too interested in there. Like, I could be doing, it would be requiring for me to be changing time of day, or the clock anyways. But I could be doing Ghastly Hunt, but do I want to do that? Is another question. I could continue my unknown hunt as well. It is kind of, you know, spooky place where you're encountering them. I don't know. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to be thinking everything, but the only things that I can think of is that I don't really have access to. Well, to be fair, if I have something in mind, then it's always an option. But indeed, as I said, PDSP or specifically Brilliant Diamond is gonna be a place that I might be hunting a gasoline. I have hunted it down a little bit there, but it was a long time ago. Like almost 2 years ago. I don't know, better late than never to be trying that. Because it is still my goal, because Ghastly was my first ever shiny that I will be try to be getting it in every game that I can. A shiny. If I want to be a little extra, it needs to be specifically female. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. See how things go. I was thinking that I was stuck there and needed to be encountering that Meowth. But thankfully I wasn't. Because I may think about it. I can be getting Ghastly in PDSP. Well, since Arceus I already have quite a few, but I want to be hunting more. Could be hunting like specifically an alpha one, but we'll see. I already have one actually in Violet. Like, or do I have two? I don't remember. I already have it in Let's Go. We will hunt it again in Sword. To be an option. And hunting down in Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon. Don't don't have it and don't know how, but Gen 6 is there. Gen 5 I know few places it is in. Again, don't have the games though, so that's a little bit of an issue. Then Gen 4 I could be hunting it both in Heart Gold Soul Silver and in one of the Shino games. I could. Could be doing that indeed. Gen 3 don't really have any games to be hunting it in, but I know that it's definitely possible. Gen 2 again don't have really any games, but I know that it's possible again in there. Gen 1 unfortunately I don't think it's possible, and don't know if I would be too interested in that at the same time. Like anything beside like the feel like static legendaries is kind of pain to be hunting in Gen 1. I would like to be hunting though there, but don't know how that will be done indeed, but I'll see. Like that's one of those things that slowly but surely, not rushing. Someone is doing something upstairs. Interesting. Don't know what they are doing, but certainly something. I like that with Harvest I can be staying in the same spot for so long. Also another thing that is speeding up this hunt specifically a lot compared to some other hunts is that I can kind of just be encountering basically everything and anything in the route. It's not like a weird like things that I will need to be going up down ladders. So that's good indeed. But of course, it's completely unnecessary to be thinking what I do after Pumpkaboo, because could be that I don't get one done. Could be that I get one done again, like, very much towards the end indeed. But I like to still be having, like, few backup plans. Like, at least I want to be having, like, hunt in mind that I will be doing after. But I will say, though, that it is quite likely that after this Pumpkaboo hunt, I might be taking indeed a break from Sword and Shield, like random encounter hunts. As I said, I really want to be doing PDSB. I have at least one hunt in mind there. I think I might be doing... Should I? I don't know. I really want to be doing honey trees, but they're a pain. Unfortunately. Oh, hello, Ferocid. There's one hunt that I know that I will be doing. I would like to be doing another hunt. I mean, I suppose it depends, because I would like to still be getting my surfing hunt done in the, you know, Brooklet Hill. But that really depends on do I have my C-stick, you know, fixed at that point. But I probably should be trying to be finishing that hunt. I'm kind of like thinking, apart from like the one hunt that I want to definitely do in PDSP, do I have anything else? As I said, honey trees is one of the options. I have done that a little bit. It's always a little bit of a question, who is the target exactly there? Because depending on what I find, it kind of will determines what I will be going for. Another thing in PDSP that I want to be doing is indeed an underground hunt. But also the PCG spawn coming in. TCG. Hello. It's an Aracuda in the PCG. If you do be interested in a Paracuda. Yeah, indeed, Aracuda. Mixing up Parascuda and Aracuda together. Paracuda. What are you? Yeah, I could do underground and that one hunt that I have in mind. I could. I still think that in the Grand Underground my hunt is going to be for third week, because that's the one that I was going for. Got Soul Rock there. instead, but it's pretty cool, but I feel like giving, you know, Cherdwick yet another try. So you can throw your timer balls if you have any, indeed. Probably will be doing it though in a way that I'll be trying to be getting more of these statues so I can be doing even more grass types there, because I think I'm only at 2. Could be wrong though, I don't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure I'm not at max. Pretty sure on that indeed. Yeah. We'll see indeed. But still this month is mostly gonna be spooky hunts indeed. AKA mostly it's gonna be Pumpko Boo. Technically half of the time, but anyways. As I said, the plan is gonna be Monday, Thursday, Pumpkaboo on Tuesdays. I'll be doing Alpha Kutra because still want to be getting that hunt done indeed before Legends EA. And then there is Lunala DAs over the weekends indeed. Which is kind of a spooky hunt indeed. It is, you know, a ghosty ghost and it do be a batch. Indeed. Indeed. Don't know really what else indeed, but we'll see, we'll see. Plenty of time to figure out indeed. But yeah, as usual though, my schedule is always the case that, you know, depends on If I need to be taking breaks on certain days, then I will indeed. Usually twice a week I have a break indeed. 5 times a week. Will be streaming. I mean, if I want to, you know, I can be doing 6 days, but I don't feel like I will be doing every day, unfortunately. Need to be having my off days indeed. Be having an off day at least. Be getting some other things done indeed. But it always really is a question, is Wednesday or Thursday one of the off days, or is Saturday or Sunday one of the off days? It's usually Wednesdays and Sundays though, so it's kind of what I put on my schedule anyways. Be depending on that indeed. Oh, we'll see. Vale. Yet another hour has passed indeed, so soonish we're gonna be heading into yet another break indeed. As usual, we'll be stopping the hunting for that time indeed, so in case of a shiny you're not gonna be missing out on it indeed. Indeed. I feel like this hour has been like ridiculously good with encounter numbers, but could be wrong. Could be wrong indeed, but technically, if lucky enough, I suppose I can be getting 200 checks done in an hour, but I would need to be getting quite lucky for that. 150 and a little bit is more reasonable, I feel like. You like that indeed. Don't like that the electric is there, though. It would be nice if it would be leaving me alone. Indeed. We're doing a few more encounters indeed, and then we'll be stopping for a break indeed. I'll do one more encounter before 125 in 4 hours in there. continuing after the break indeed. Be continuing soon indeed. Run away then indeed. Indeed, if we are... I did calculate it, so... a little bit over 156 is the average per hour right now, but that's pretty good. As long as it's like above 150, it's good indeed for my eyes, indeed. If it's over 100, I'm more than happy with that as well. ECG spawn coming in soon. It's a tentacle in the PCG if you do be interested in that. Yes, I do be needing it. I'm gonna try to capture it, of course. I like Trike, you're way too fast. I hope that you're not gonna be too annoying in Legends CA. If you're even gonna be in there. Then again, it really depends on this Legends ZA gonna be like Legends Arceus that you're not actually gonna be thrown into battle that often. then it's, you know, fine if you ask me. But in the case that indeed it's working like, you know, Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield can be quite annoying. Like, even though it doesn't make the most amount of sense, I kind of would be hoping that every, like, Legends game would be, like, working the same thing, that you don't have to go into battle, you know? Because at least, like, that would be quite nice way of making it a clear difference between, like, usual, like, main series games and like Legends games, indeed. By making indeed that one is having like completely different things. I don't know if Agile and Strong Style are specifically necessary, but indeed I would always be hoping for that we could be doing battles like that forever. But we'll see. We'll see. Going on up there. Also, could you please get the spawn in? I'm like nowhere close to it. Just get the spawns when they're supposed to be happening, please, game. I don't want to be going too far away, you know. Could you? Hello? Aim. Thank you. You're a silly game. And you're silly. Encounter tables. Not deciding what to be spawning in. Oh yeah, I meant to be looking for exactly where is the easiest place to be getting luxury balls in this game. It's not like I need them right now for anything, it's just like gonna be good to be knowing indeed beforehand if I need to be waiting for things. So, no window in Pokemon Mark. Nice. So I can be buying it from Pokemon. There's also one for... There's a wild area. What traders? Cramomatic. I was meant to be like looking at Cramomatic. Cramomatic. Yeah, chromatic technically for Pokeballs isn't too complicated, but if you want to be getting certain other things, it can be. Can be indeed. It's one of those things that I would, I should be doing more things for it. But I don't know. Because the thing is that as much as I would like to maybe at some point be like to be using the apricot Pokeballs for like the A legendaries, I don't think that I'm going to. If they would be easier to be coming by, like, then I would, but since they really are not, then it unfortunately kind of makes a decision for me. Kind of does indeed. Hello, boosted Emperor. I could check it out how many the like ingredients I have in this game for the Pokeballs from Chromatic. Always forget the amount, indeed. I think they are in the other items because they are not really berries. Indeed. I have a decent amount of them, like almost everything at 10, so that's pretty good. You know what is always annoying in games? Those things that you really should be doing always at the like background, like do like everyday kind of things. And when you need them, you haven't done it at all. It's way too many things like that in Sword and Shield for me. I should be shaking more berry trees, I should be battling in the battle cafe more often to be getting like different sweets and stuff. Because the good thing is with Chromatic, you can be getting like the otherwise event exclusive like sweets for the Alcremie, which is very good, very nice, so you know you can be getting them always. The thing is though that they are costing a bunch. Indeed, and of course it's the same situation that you need to be saving before you use it, so you know, not gonna be doing anything that you shouldn't be, you know. Yeah. The berry trees and the indeed the battle cafe. I should really make them daily things. Same with like so many other things. Still have plans though that in one of my files I'll be going ahead and surprise trading a bunch of Pokemons. So I can be turning them into some other games to be getting more chances with the like getting a Master Ball. I've talked about it before that I don't like to be getting the non-legit shiny, so that's why I want to be doing it in another account instead. It's unfortunate, but it's not that bad. Thankfully, you know, you can be switching freely Pokemons in between any Switch game that they are in, apart from Spinda. Everything else is okay. I think Spinda is the only one. I'm pretty sure it is. Indeed. So yeah, you can be thankfully freely be moving Pokemon into the games that they are in, which is nice, because most of them are available at least in one of the Switch games. Only very few lines that are end. We'll be hoping for the best that they will be indeed, of course. Rude. Well, welcome back, Jay. Welcome back, Shelter, to you then. ECG spawn coming in. There's a Snover in the PCG. Thankfully that the electrics shouldn't be an issue. One area that I really hope that we can be seeing in Legends ZA though, when it eventually is coming out, is that I really want to be seeing like a cool pumpkin patch. Or like areas that, you know, Pokemons can be like kind of hiding in. You know, be so cool. I know that Pokemon doesn't really do it anymore, like hiding things in plain sight, but Could be. Congrats, you got the Snoover J. Yeah, there was the apple trees in Hirakami indeed. But I want more things. They were kind of annoying though. They were kind of very hard to try to be seeing into. They are cool, but hard to be seeing anything in there, especially because Applin is such a small Pokemon. I guess, yeah, it would be kind of cool if those kinds of things would be returning. But I don't know. It is kind of odd if they would be returning, to be fair. I think the last time that I at least remember where they did do like hiding a Pokemon in plain sight was in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon with the Crest Isle. It's the last one that I remember. I guess like quite far in there was actually, I suppose there is also the bear traps in this game, now do I think about it. Stunfisk. But I will say though that they are not too convincing Pokeballs though. The only thing kind of close to it in Scarlet and Violet I feel like is Gimmighoul, but I don't really count it. It's not try to be hiding because that kind of thing in Pokemon is not normal. I don't really see chest in Pokemon. So it is quite obvious that it's a Pokemon. But I'm just hoping that in Legends EA there's gonna be like... I think there was like kind of a farm feeling route in X and Y, you know, have that in there. It's gonna be quite disappointing if something like that is in Legends EA. It's gonna be interesting though how they're gonna be doing that one like mazy forest place. I don't remember what the place is called. I guess I'm kind of doubtful that they will be adding too many like indoor forest areas like that. Oh, I didn't see you there. Chunky. Chunky indeed. Yeah. It's interesting, but it's kind of nice at the same time. I talked about it, how it's kind of odd that none other do be having it. It's just the biggest ones to be having the difference, because they all have difference in stats, so it's not like it would have been that hard to be like making that every single one of them would be having a little bit of a different cry. I mean, at least if you're can try to be getting the miracle seeds or whatever I think they're always holding, then it's easy to be telling that you have it. Oh, hello, boosted. But yeah. I have never truly understood the thing though that like another thing that, like, in my opinion, Pumpkaboo and fandom have way too much in common on is that why do both of them have Frisk? Like, couldn't there be any other things? Why Frisk specifically? Would like to know indeed. Because Frisk is anyways kind of a useless ability. Like, apart from if you're not looking for the like held items, it's completely useless. Like, why would you be wanting to be having Frisk over anything? Also news to me, I didn't know that Wigglytuff's hidden ability is Frisk. Excuse me, why? And all on Executor's regular one is Frisk. Why Wigglytuff's and why specifically the hidden one? ECG spawn coming in. It's a bomb in the PCG if you do be interested in that. Also, it's Monkey Dory's hidden ability as well. Stupid. I guess, like, honestly, why would you want to be specifically looking for a Frisk as a hidden ability? Because in, like, almost any game, it's available as a regular ability for at least one Pokemon. Strange, but anyways. Yeah, exactly. Frisk is only useful if you're looking for like items from wild Pokemons. Nice, you got the A-bomb as well, Jay. Yeah, but that I knew already. I knew it already that it is Frisk. It was its hidden ability. Which is again like... How many times are you gonna be having Hisuian Typhlosion in your team? And also, why would you be wasting your ability capsule for it? Or whatever my thing is, ability patch, capsule, whichever one it is. Why would you want to be wasting that? Frisk definitely should be one of those abilities that it can be a hidden ability. It should be always the one of the two normal abilities. Also, couldn't Alolan Executor be getting any better ability? That is its regular ability. Harvest is pretty good. It's kind of useless most of the time, but at least it has its usage. Strange choices be strange choices though. To be fair, I will say that most of the abilities for the Ishuian starters is kind of useless. Because, like, sharpness is nice with Samurott, but at the same time, if you are not using those moves, it's kind of useless. Scrabby can be, I suppose, nice with Hishishu and Disichui, but at the same time, like, it is situational. But Frisk is definitely completely useless. Yeah. But at the same time, it is situational. If there is not gonna be any ghost types, it's completely useless. Also, I find it so funny, by the way, that sharpness is a newly introduced ability in Scarlet and Violet. And there's only one of them that did get it as a regular ability, and it's Gallade. I don't completely understand why Velusa has it. I don't know what Scrabby does. Yeah, it is. Immune to immediate indeed. But it isn't that bad, but at the same time, like, it's not the most useful things ever. Honestly, in my opinion, there shouldn't ever be changes how abilities work after they have been introduced. It makes things too confusing. If an ability has been working in a certain way for like 8 generations, it shouldn't be changing in the 8th generation to be doing something else. Like, why not just be adding it in the beginning already? Because every single time it's the case that I'm thinking, I'm gonna be using flash fire. Nope. I'm not using it in that generation. Because it wasn't introduced yet. I wasn't even in the grass. Oh yeah, speaking of flash fire, since it is, you know, in Sword and Shield it was like switched to be working to be boosting fire type Pokemons. It was removed a generation after immediately. Yeah, flash fire boosting fire type Pokemon spawns was introduced in Sword and Shield. And since Scarlet and Violet removed basically every single outside of battle effect apart from eggs, it's gone. It was only for one generation. That's stupid. That's like kind of useless change then if you are gonna be immediately getting rid of it. That's hilarious. One of the things of all time. Super useful, you know. Yeah, there has definitely been times where I've tried to be using flash fire in older Pokemon games to be boosting fire type spawns, but it never does anything. Yeah. I don't blame you, it was only for kind of one game. So it's not like there is too many games that you could even be using it in. You could technically, I suppose, use it in PDSB, but... It is still so stupid that they did move or remove the outside of battle effects. Never will I ever be stopping complaining about that. At least, you know, in games that the abilities don't exist, it's fine because they don't exist. But it really should be the case that they should still be there. I don't care. I mean, if nothing else, then at least Q-Charm. Everything else you can be getting with meal boost, but Q-Charm. It would be kind of cool. To be fair, I will say that much that I'm not gonna be using too much Q-Charm myself, but... if you want to be making things not to be as much of a hassle, it's nice. To be fair, for both of the rare female-only evolutions, there is outbreaks. So it's not that bad. BCG spawn coming in soon. There's a fracture in the PCG. There was an Axio not too long time ago. Interesting. What are you? It is what it is. And then again, you know, I understand keeping like rare targets as rare targets while like not be using huge charm. It's completely understandable. Like hunting for Zolandit slash Salazzle Zombie Westbrookwen. It's understandable that you don't want to be using it. It's cool to be getting rare things. Nice, you got a fracture, Jay. Congrats. Getting them today, I see. The only one that I've tried to be catching that I've been able to capture today is Horsey. It's fine. It's been a punch that I'm not even trying to be capturing. I'm not too surprised. Kindra is either stupid, late, or locked behind a trade, and if you can't be bothered with trades, then it's, you know, impossible to be using it. But yeah, it is the problem for most people that even though, like, it is the case that you can be, or I could be, like, doing trades easily, I still can't be bothered with it. It is too much of a hassle for my liking. Yeah, Kindra is pretty good. Especially if the game doesn't have fairy type. Yeah, there is other things indeed. There's a random encounter there indeed. Or the hidden one. But I'm still keeping my hopes up that the Legends EA is gonna be having the Legends EA is gonna be having link cable as the item. I guess it would be quite nice. Or another way to be getting the otherwise trade evolutions. Because I hate that. How annoying they are to be getting every once in a while. Having an ad break coming in soon indeed. But yeah, indeed, if you need to take breaks, indeed, they're good to be taken every once in a while. Something to drink, something to eat, go for a little bit of a walk, see, indeed. Breaks to be good and nice, indeed. Breaks is good indeed. Doing a few more encounters before heading to the break indeed. And seeing how long it do be taking to be getting into the 900. Guessing, do I do any more? Most likely not. Pretty good amount to be done. I don't see. We'll see. Probably gonna be taking at least half an hour. Indeed, to be getting there though. I'll try to be doing one more encounter and leave it there for now. Indeed, continuing. Then after the break is done. There we go. Nope. Oh yeah, we can be soon seeing shiny Samazenta as well. From Pokemon Go specifically, because not really available in anywhere else. And indeed. Still gonna be taking a little while, but Not too much more time indeed. Nice. Gotta love it. Be getting going soon indeed. CG spawn coming in. Is a toddler in the PCG? Interesting. A funny bug. Indeed. See. Indeed. I guess I'm not gonna be that far away after this weekend from hitting the odds with Lunala then. Because I'm 222 right now. Scene, of course. And like, it is quite easy to be hitting... It's kind of easy to be hitting 250, which, you know, 2 streams with that. Yeah. Probably will be at 270-ish. Would be my rough estimate where I would be in. Depends on how lucky you will be getting with the pets and stuff, of course. We'll see. Yeah. I think it is quite likely that next weekend with Lunala DAs will be hitting. Odds indeed. If not, we are incredibly unlucky. Because it's like 15-ish at least of successful ones. Usually more than that indeed. It's usually closer to 20, so... Yeah. I should be able to. Indeed. Would probably be more if, you know, the A's would be, of course, any faster than they are. And of course, want to be doing them online, so if someone else wants to join in, they can. They would be faster to be doing alone. You're more likely to be losing when you're doing alone, but they are faster when you're doing them alone. There is that nice little thing indeed. Bunch of meowts. For sure. Bunch of meowts indeed. It is still kind of a strange thing to me that they decided to be going with yellow and orange for that line shiny though. Like, why? Orange I can kind of understand. but yellow. I suppose it's more a reference to the regular one, but like regular Meowth, but it's kind of cool, but why? Why do it yellow? It could have been quite a good amount of other colors, to be fair. The only reason why I don't really like the yellow that much is that it just stands out a little too much. Like, it's a little too bright for my liking. Other than that, Galarian Meowth, when it's shiny, it's fine. Just quite bold. Yeah, I can kind of see that, but it's too yellow. And it's like pale yellow, it's not like bright yellow. I guess that works, well, that's why like the gold thing works with both the Love Disc and the Magikarp, because it's like bright yellow. Galarian Meowth is... doesn't give me the same vibes. Mario. It's just, I don't know, it could have been more interesting if both Meowth and Berserker shinies could have been more going into the Viking theme that they have going on for them. That could have been kind of cool. I don't know what they could have really done there, but I figured things out previously. I know it is kind of like it's newer thing than this game, but they did do the thing that they did switch the texture for Reller's shiny. So they could have done similar things to that. But they rarely do be changing like patterns and stuff when they do be making shiny, so a little bit harder. And I will say though, too many steel type shinies, even though there isn't that many, but too many of them do be doing like, let's just make it to be looking like another metal. It's cool and stuff, but it has been done one too many times. It is kind of eh. But I mean, that's still cool, but would be nice to be seeing something different. Because I feel like kind of things like, you know, pink slash blue shinies switching colors with their regular forms. Pink becoming blue, blue becoming pink. That trend did quite quickly stop, so I feel like this steel type switching to other metals is kind of the same thing, but it hasn't really stopped. Because it's just a kind of a shame that there is, like, in my opinion at least, quite a good amount of potential for steel type shinies to be looking a little bit better. If they wouldn't be just like concentrating too much that they are steel type. AKA some sort of a metal. But it do be what it do be. So why not in the PCG? If you do be interested in that. I could've. I could've. I think, honestly, in my opinion, Scyther should be the shiny that switches, not because it doesn't change that much, but to be either red or brown just because it's evolutions. That would have been kind of a cool notch, you know? Because the other two become green. I know that the Cleaver didn't exist back then, but still. Swine up escaped, rude. But yeah. I'm fine with most of the shinies that we have now. So, I don't really care. And at least the ones that I don't really like at all are ones that I can be even hunting for. Because I still like I think still that there is only one shiny that I actually like dislike, even hate. And it's Golden Go. And I don't think that it's too much of a surprise. I know the difference, but at the same time I can't be telling which one is shiny. Like I can see that like where the difference is, but which one is which? I don't remember. Well, you can't be thankfully hunting Golden Go, so I don't care how bad of a shiny it is for that reason. Because I don't need to be struggling with it. But one thing I will say though, that I feel like should forever be the case, is that if Pokemon is shiny locked, then do not have in the game's code what its shiny is. Because I feel like it would be kind of a cool, like, as a surprise. Once it is, like, actually revealed. Because we know that data miners exist and they will be getting it out of the game. So yeah. I wish that would be the case. I know it's not gonna be the case, but I still wish that it would be. Why did I get stuck there? And then again, maybe one day we'll be having a Pokemon game with no shiny logs at all. Because technically in every Pokemon game there has been shiny logs, more or less. Because in most games, you know, in-game trades, they do be shiny logged. And in Gen 2, there is technically shiny logged Pokemons, and they are female starters or Eevee. They are shiny logged, you can't be getting them. It's literally impossible. And Gen 1 is its own whole mess. Of course. But yeah, indeed, no matter how hard you are gonna be trying, you can't be. I mean, there is in-game trades are shiny logged. They are shiny logged, indeed. So technically in every game there is shiny logs. It's just people say that it's Gen 5 onwards because they don't really think about them, but... Because in-game traits they are either shiny or non-shiny, they're always the same. And also, not everything in Gen 1 can be shiny in normal gameplay. And as I said, Gen 2 starters and EV are technically shiny locked if they are female specifically. They can never be shiny and female at the same time. Because of the way that they were made indeed. But it is what it is, unfortunately. Never been too bothered with it until they did do them to legendaries. Starters are fine, even though I hate eggs, they are at least available. Not legendaries on the other hand. And Pokemon Go of course doesn't count because they are not always there, and also money. Well, yeah, because indeed it's the case, because I know that a bunch of people want to be doing like Gen 3 shiny living decks, specifically only in the Kanto games. And it's impossible to be getting like anywhere else, like Farfetch'd. So you need to be doing X for it, because it's only in one in-game trade that is shiny logged. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a great rest of the day. If you don't come back in, I'm gonna be ending in, like I say, at least like max like half an hour more. Appreciate you stopping by indeed. Yes, honestly, unfortunately, only one game that you can be getting shinies from in-game trades that are random, and it's Let's Go, but it's very well known because a bunch of people have been hunting the Alola ones from there indeed. It's the only game so far that it's been available in indeed through regular gameplay. Because if you make changes, of course it's possible then. I've also seen quite a good amount of people be hunting for Victini lately. They have removed like the shiny lock from it. It's insane, like I've been seeing at least 3 different people. I don't think that I have seen that before that, so... Interesting indeed. It do be one of those Pokemons indeed. Also PCG spawn coming in. It's a Parasect in the PCG if you do be interested in that. You do be indeed. Show your timer balls if you have any. I got the Parasect. Nice. At least that Pokédex entry do be done indeed. Let's go. Female? Doesn't look too much of like a female tail to me. The only way that I'm gonna be encountering Eevees is indeed if they're female. At 1%, but I'm not really looking for them, but a female one I wouldn't mind. That is quite rare. In this game specifically. Hello, Pumpkaboo. Where's of the huge variety indeed. Super sized. Always the biggest one that one can be. Back to back as well. That's cool. Not like it would be the first or the last time, I would like to say. It's not the last time, I don't know, it's not the first time. I'm definitely getting it, but... We'll see. We'll see. It's not quite a 1% indeed, but it's still the rarest, I'm assuming. This harvest should be boosting them. So technically EV is right now the hardest shiny to be getting in this place indeed. If I would be in Shield, it would be Pikachu instead. It's another one of those cases that kind of person exclusives, but not actually. Just more common in one game than the other. And it kind of makes sense as well that they would be like that, because let's go Pikachu and Eevee. So I kind of understand it indeed, it is interesting. Indeed. There's two electric eyes there. I should be able to avoid both of them. Should be indeed. There's another Eevee there, jeez. An insane amount of EVs for being 1%. Or even less, I don't know, as I said, how Harvest works in this game. And as I said, there unfortunately isn't, at least I haven't found like an encounter calculator with Harvest in this game. Per route, you know. But it will be done soon indeed. Almost 6 hours still. Pretty good. Pretty nice. 900 checks. Almost 6 hours is pretty good indeed. Could be less if I will be tackling another hunt to the side indeed. Which, as I said, I will not be doing next week, but maybe week after that. And if it's gonna be something, it's going to be most likely Sinny's team. Charmed one, of course, because not taking chances with the Sinny's tea. If I really want to, I could be going ahead and doing a few encounters. in Sword as well there. I wouldn't mind to be getting, as I said, another phase in there in Sword. I usually do be running a shield. Indeed. But I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But remember, progress is progress no matter what, so do as much as you can for now and then do a little bit more later indeed. Because thankfully those shinies are not time locked indeed. There is some, but it is what it is. Sometimes even though it would be time locked, you can kind of get around with it. Depends on what game it is. Depends solely on that, what game it is indeed. Oh, come on. Well, I encountered it so many times there already, but nope. Game is picking all the way later once again. Oh no. Cat is having something in her nose. Something is tickling it. She do be fine though. Now indeed. Few more to go indeed. Also, I've just kind of noticed that I probably haven't noticed it before, but you can kind of tell what size it is once you're in battle with it by looking at like how high it is compared to the menu. Which, you know, makes sense because I wouldn't be like that. But I've just like kind of noticed it. Because I've always known that it depends on what size it is, how high it is from the ground, but yeah. Well, still the final encounter for the day indeed, then it shall be this one. Nothing today. Pretty good. 5 hours and 15 minutes more or less of hunting. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yep, indeed. Tomorrow on Aladies if nothing changes indeed. doing those Pumpkaboo continuing most likely on Monday. But yep, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye. Also, thanks for watching and sticking around as well.